Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the heart of Michel Delving, the chief town of the Shire, there stood a curious building that most hobbits passed by without a second thought. It was a low, rambling structure of old brick and timber, with round windows that gleamed like watchful eyes in the afternoon sun. Above its green-painted door hung a weathered sign that read, in letters of fading gold, the Mathom House. To those unfamiliar with the ways of hobbits, the name might seem strange, but to the folk of the Shire, it was as familiar as second breakfast or the turning of the seasons. For you see, a Mathom is a very particular sort of thing in hobbit culture. It is a gift that one has received, but for which one has no immediate use, yet which seems too good to simply throw away. Perhaps it is a set of silver spoons when one already possesses 3 sets, or a painting of a landscape one has never visited, or a book on a subject that holds no interest whatsoever. Such items, rather than gathering dust in cupboards or being rudely discarded, find their way to the Mathom House, where they wait patiently to be claimed by someone who might actually want them, or to be given as gifts once more, in that peculiar cycle of hobbit generosity and practicality. The keeper of the Mathom House in those days was an elderly hobbit by the name of Mungo Took, a distant cousin of the old Took himself, though far less adventurous in spirit. Mungo was a bachelor of some 70 years, with a round belly that spoke of many comfortable meals, and a face so creased with smile lines that his eyes seemed to perpetually twinkle with suppressed mirth. His hair, what remained of it, formed a silver wreath around his head, and he had the peculiar habit of humming old walking songs while he worked, though he himself rarely walked farther than from the Mathom House to the Green Dragon Inn and back again. It was Mungo's particular talent, developed over 40 years of service to the Mathom House, to know the story of every single item within its walls. He could tell you not only who had donated the brass coal scuttle shaped like a dragon, but also who had originally commissioned it, why they had given it away, and the 3 subsequent owners it had passed through before finally coming to rest in the Mathom House. This knowledge was not written in any ledger or catalogue, but lived entirely in Mungo's remarkable memory, a library of objects and their histories that existed nowhere else in all of Middle-earth. On a particularly golden afternoon in late September, when the sunlight slanted through the western windows and turned the dust motes into dancing fireflies, Mungo sat in his favourite chair near the front of the Mathom House. The chair itself was a Mathom, a gift from the Bracegirdle family some 20 years prior, upholstered in faded green velvet and possessing arms worn smooth by generations of elbows. He was cataloguing a recent donation, a small wooden box with intricate carvings of oak leaves and acorns, when the bell above the door chimed its cheerful announcement of a visitor. Into the Mathom House stepped a young hobbit lass, no more than 30 years of age, with curly auburn hair and bright hazel eyes that darted about the room with unconcealed curiosity. She wore a travelling cloak, though it was hardly dusty, and carried a woven basket on her arm. Mungo recognised her at once as Primrose Burrows, the youngest daughter of the Burrows family from Hobbiton, known for their extensive apple orchards and their tendency to produce children with an unusual fondness for questions. "Good afternoon, Master Took," Primrose said, offering a small curtsy that was not quite necessary, but which spoke well of her upbringing. "I hope I'm not disturbing you at an inconvenient time." Mungo rose from his chair with the slight grunt that accompanied such movements at his age, and smiled warmly at the young visitor. "Not at all. Not at all, my dear Miss Burrows. The Mathom House is always open to those seeking or offering. Which brings you here today, if I might ask? Have you something to donate? Or are you perhaps searching for a particular item?" Primrose's cheeks coloured slightly, a rosy hue that matched the late summer apples her family was famous for. Both, actually, if that's not too unusual. You see, I'm to be married come spring to Halfred Greenhand of Bywater, and we've been receiving ever so many gifts from relatives near and far. Lovely gifts, truly, but, well, we've received no fewer than 7 teapots. And while each is beautiful in its own right, we can hardly use them all. Mungo chuckled, a warm sound like water over smooth stones. Ah yes, the wedding teapot problem, a classic dilemma of Hobbit households. 7, you say? That's quite remarkable. The most I've ever heard of was 9, and that was for the marriage of Peony Took to Everard Bolger, back in the year 1390 by Shire reckoning. They donated 6 of them to this very establishment, and I believe all 6 found new homes within a fortnight. Then you'll accept them? Primrose asked, relief evident in her voice. I do feel rather guilty about it, as each was given with such good intentions, but Halfred and I have chosen our favourite, and it seems wasteful to let the others simply sit unused in a cupboard. My dear girl, Mungo said, moving toward a clear space on one of the long tables that ran the length of the room. That is precisely what the Mathom house is for. There is no shame in it whatsoever. In fact, I would argue it is the height of Hobbit wisdom to ensure that useful things find their way to those who will use them. Now, let's see what treasures you've brought. Primrose carefully unpacked 6 teapots from her basket, each wrapped in soft cloth. They were indeed lovely specimens, ranging from a delicate porcelain pot decorated with painted forget-me-nots to a sturdy earthenware piece glazed in deep blue. Mungo examined each one with the practiced eye of someone who had seen thousands of such items, turning them this way and that in the light, testing the weight of the lids, checking the spouts for chips or cracks. All in excellent condition, he pronounced at last. These will find new homes quickly, I have no doubt. Now then, you mentioned you were also searching for something? Primrose nodded eagerly. Yes, actually. You see, Halfred's grandmother, old Mistress Lobelia Greenhand, rest her soul, passed away this past winter. She was a wonderful old hobbit, always full of stories about the old days. Before she died, she told Halfred about a particular item that had once been in her family, something that had meant a great deal to her grandfather. She said it had been donated to the Mathom house many years ago, during a time of hardship, when the family needed to sell or give away many of their possessions. She always regretted that it was lost to the family, and she made Halfred promise that if he ever had the means, he would try to find it and bring it back to the Greenhand home. Mungo's interest was thoroughly piqued now. He leaned forward, his eyes bright with curiosity. And what was this item, pray tell? A mirror, Primrose said. She described it as a hand mirror, rather old, with a frame of dark wood carved with images of growing things, vines and leaves and such. She said it had a crack across one corner of the glass, but that didn't matter, because it had belonged to her grandfather's mother and her mother before that. She couldn't remember exactly when it had been donated, but she thought it must have been sometime around 1360, during the fell winter, when so many families had to make difficult choices. Mungo was quiet for a long moment, his eyes distant as he searched through the vast catalogue of his memory. The fell winter had indeed been a time of great hardship, and many items had come to the Mathom house in those dark months. He rose slowly from his chair and moved toward the back of the building, where the older items were kept, those that had resided in the Mathom house for decades without finding new owners. "Come with me, my dear," he said softly, and Primrose followed him between tall shelves laden with all manner of objects, from ornate candlesticks to painted plates, from leather-bound books to wooden toys worn smooth by the hands of children long grown. They came at last to a corner where a collection of mirrors hung upon the wall, some large, some small, some in frames of silver or brass, and others in carved wood. Mungo's hand went unerringly to one particular mirror, a hand mirror just as Primrose had described, with a frame of dark walnut carved with an intricate pattern of ivy and oak leaves. The glass bore a crack that ran from one corner nearly to the centre, a silvery line that caught the light. "Is this?" Primrose breathed, reaching out with trembling fingers. "Could this be the one?" "I believe it is," Mungo said quietly. "It was donated in the winter of 1360 by a Mr. Wilfrid Greenhand, who was Lobelia's grandfather. I remember because he wept when he brought it in, said it had been his mother's most treasured possession, but that he needed the space in his packs for food, for they were leaving their home to stay with relatives in Michel Delving until the spring came and the hardship passed. He made me promise to take good care of it, and I have. I dust it every month, and I've waited all these years for someone to claim it. Primrose took the mirror with reverent care, cradling it as one might hold a sleeping infant. Her eyes shone with unshed tears as she gazed at her reflection in the cracked glass, imagining all the faces that had looked into this same mirror over the long years. Her fingers traced the carved ivy that wound around the frame, feeling the smooth channels where countless other fingers had touched before. "Alfred will be so pleased," she whispered. His grandmother spoke of this mirror often in her final days. She said that when she was a little girl, her grandfather would let her hold it while he told her stories of the old times, before the fell winter, when the Greenhand family had a prosperous farm in the North Farthing. She said the mirror had been a wedding gift to his mother from her own mother, and that it had survived a fire that destroyed their first home and a flood that swept through the North Farthing in the year of her birth. It carried all the luck and love of the Greenhand women through the generations. Mungo smiled, though his own eyes had grown misty. "Then it has come home at last, and that is as it should be. There is no payment required, my dear. The Mathom house does not sell. We simply pass things along to where they belong. Though I would ask one small favour, if you would be so kind." "Anything," Primrose said at once, clutching the mirror close to her chest. "You've given me such a precious gift. I shall tell Alfred how wonderfully you've cared for it all these years." "That is kind of you to say, but my favour is this," Mungo said, his voice taking on a more serious tone. "When you are old, and your children are grown, and perhaps their children too, I hope you will tell them the story of this mirror. Tell them of the fell winter and the sacrifice that Wilfred Greenhand made in parting with it. Tell them of the Mathom house and how some things, even when given away, are never truly lost. Tell them that the bonds between hobbits, the ties of family and community, are stronger than any hardship that winter or fate might bring." Primrose nodded solemnly. "I promise, Master Took. This story will be passed down in the Greenhand family alongside the mirror itself, and I shall make certain my children know to care for it as you have done." As Primrose prepared to leave, carefully wrapping the mirror in soft cloth and placing it in her basket, Mungo returned to the front of the Mathom house with her. The afternoon sun had shifted, painting the room in shades of amber and gold. The young hobbit lass paused at the door, turning back to look at the crowded shelves and tables, seeing them now with new eyes. "Master Took," she said thoughtfully, "every item in here must have a story like the mirrors, mustn't it? Every single thing must have belonged to someone, meant something to someone, been part of someone's life and home." "Indeed they have," Mungo replied, settling back into his worn chair. "And I know nearly every tale, though some are happier than others. Some items come here simply because tastes change or families grow smaller. Others, like your mirror, carry heavier histories, but all of them wait here patiently, hoping to find a new place where they might be useful or loved once more." After Primrose had gone, the Mathom house settled back into its customary quiet. Mungo sat in his chair, the wooden box with its oak leaf carvings forgotten on the table beside him. He found himself thinking about the mirror, about Wilfred Greenhand's tears all those decades ago, about the promise he had made to care for it. It pleased him deeply that he had been able to keep that promise, that the mirror had indeed found its way home again. The light continued to fade as the day drew toward evening. Mungo knew he should close up the Mathom house soon, make his way to his own small hobbit hole on the western edge of Michel Delving, prepare his supper and settle in for the night. But something held him in his chair, a contemplative mood that made him reluctant to move just yet. His eyes roamed over the familiar objects surrounding him. There was the set of fire irons donated by the Took family, brass handles polished to a warm glow. There was the collection of walking sticks near the door, each one different, some plain and sturdy, others carved with elaborate designs. There was the shelf of books, their leather spines faded but still legible, titles like The History of the Shire and a compendium of pipeweed varieties and tales from the elder days. On a small table near the window sat something that had arrived just that morning, brought in by a young Hobbit lad who had inherited it from an uncle but had no interest in such things. It was a wooden puzzle box, about the size of a loaf of bread, made of dark rosewood with inlaid panels of lighter wood forming geometric patterns. The mechanism to open it was cunningly hidden, and the lad had admitted he'd never been able to work it out. He had seemed almost relieved to be rid of it, as if the unopened box represented a challenge he was glad to surrender. Mungo rose from his chair with a grunt and crossed to the table. He picked up the puzzle box, turning it over in his hands, feeling the smooth wood and the slight give of hidden springs beneath the surface. He had seen such boxes before, usually made by dwarf craftsmen or by hobbits who had learned the skill from dwarves during their travels. They were ingenious creations, requiring patience and a clever touch to open. His fingers moved over the surface, pressing gently here and there, sliding panels a fraction of an inch in one direction or another. He worked methodically, without hurry, his mind entirely focused on the task. After several minutes, he heard a soft click, and a section of the side panel slid inward. This revealed a small wooden peg, which when pulled, caused another panel on the top to shift. Step by step, the puzzle revealed itself, until at last the lid lifted free with a satisfying snick. Inside the box, nestled in a bed of faded purple velvet, lay a single object. It was a brooch, silver in colour though tarnished with age, fashioned in the shape of a small bird with outstretched wings. The craftsmanship was exquisite, each feather detailed with tiny incised lines, the eyes set with chips of some dark stone that might have been onyx. Mungo lifted it carefully from its velvet nest, holding it up to catch the last rays of the setting sun. As he examined the brooch, turning it this way and that, he noticed something unusual. On the back, in letters so small he had to squint to read them, were words engraved in an old-fashioned script. He carried the brooch to the window where the light was better, and read the inscription aloud to the empty room. For Daisy, who flew away but came home again. The words stirred something in Mungo's memory, a fragment of an old story he had heard many years ago. Daisy. The name was common enough among Hobbit lasses, but there was something familiar about it in this context, something that tugged at the edges of his recollection. He set the brooch down carefully on the table and returned to his chair, closing his eyes to better concentrate on the elusive memory. It came to him slowly, piece by piece, like a puzzle assembling itself. He had been much younger then, perhaps 30 years old, newly appointed as the Mathom housekeeper. There had been an old Hobbit woman who used to visit occasionally, though she never donated anything, nor claimed anything for herself. She would simply wander among the shelves, running her fingers along the objects, a wistful expression on her lined face. Her name had been Marigold Bramble, and she had been known throughout Delving for her beautiful singing voice, though by the time Mungo knew her, age had stolen much of its power. One day, Marigold had told him a story. She had spoken of her younger sister Daisy, who had been wild and restless as a girl, always dreaming of adventures beyond the Shire. Against all advice and propriety, Daisy had run away when she was barely 20, leaving only a note saying she was going to see the world and would return when she had satisfied her wanderlust. The family had been scandalized, worried, heartbroken. Years had passed with no word, and eventually, most assumed Daisy had met some unfortunate end on the roads beyond the Shire. But Daisy had returned, Marigold had told him, nearly 15 years after she had left. She had come home changed, quieter, with stories she would only hint at, of mountains and rivers and forests and strange folk she had met along the way. She had brought back a few treasures from her travels, including a silver brooch in the shape of a bird, which she said reminded her that no matter how far one flew, home was always waiting. She had worn it every day until her death, and then it had been passed to her daughter, and then to her daughter's son, and after that, Marigold had lost track of it. Mungo opened his eyes and looked at the brooch lying on the table, gleaming softly in the twilight. Could this be the same one? The inscription certainly seemed to fit. Daisy, who flew away but came home again. It was too great a coincidence to be otherwise. He thought of the young lad who had brought in the puzzle box that morning, a Sandyman boy from Hobbiton, if he recalled correctly. The Sandyman family had no connection to the Brambles that he knew of, but objects had a way of travelling through many hands over the years. A gift here, an inheritance there, a sale at a market, and soon an item's original history was lost, buried under layers of subsequent ownership. Mungo sat for a long while in the gathering darkness, the brooch still resting on the table beside him. The Mathom house had grown quite dim now, with only the last purple remnants of twilight filtering through the round windows. He should have lit a lamp or candle ages ago, but he found himself reluctant to disturb the contemplative mood that had settled over him. In the shadows, the familiar objects around him seemed to take on new significance, each one a repository of stories, some known and some lost to time. At last, with a sigh that spoke of both age and contentment, Mungo rose and made his way to the lamp that hung near the door. He struck a match, and warm light bloomed in the room, pushing back the darkness and making the brass fittings gleam like small suns. He decided he would not go home just yet. Instead, he would spend the evening doing what he loved best, searching through the records and memories for the trail of Daisy Bramble's brooch. The Mathom house kept records, though not in the formal manner of a merchant's ledger or a lawyer's files. Mungo maintained a collection of journals, written in his own careful hand, documenting the comings and goings of significant items. He had begun this practice in his very first year as keeper, recognizing that his memory, though excellent, would not last forever. These journals lined a shelf in his small office at the back of the building, leather-bound volumes arranged by year, their spines marked with dates that stretched back 4 decades. He selected the journal from the current year and brought it to his desk, opening it to a fresh page. In neat letters he wrote the date and then, "Puzzle box of rosewood, donated by young Master Tobias Sandyman of Hobbiton, contains silver brooch in the shape of a bird, possibly belonging to the Bramble family of Michel Delving, circa 1340. Further investigation required." Setting down his pen, Mungo leaned back in his chair and gazed at the brooch, which he had brought with him to the desk. The silver caught the lamplight, and for a moment the little bird seemed almost alive, as if it might at any moment take flight from his palm. He thought again of Marigold Bramble, long dead now these 20 years, and her wistful tales of her adventurous sister. Marigold had never married, he remembered. She had kept house for her elderly parents until their passing, and then had lived alone in a small hobbit hole on the northern edge of Michel Delving, supporting herself by taking in sewing and mending. She had been a fixture at every wedding and festival, her voice ringing out clear and true in the old songs, bringing tears to the eyes of even the most stolid hobbits. But there had always been a sadness about her, a sense of something lost or missed. The more Mungo thought about it, the more certain he became that this brooch was indeed the one Marigold had spoken of. But how had it come to be sealed away in a puzzle box, passed down to someone with no knowledge of its significance? And more importantly, were there any Brambles left in the Shire who might want to reclaim this piece of their family history? He knew of no Brambles in Michel Delving anymore. The family had dwindled over the years, as some hobbit families did, their line thinning like a stream in summer until it disappeared altogether. But perhaps there were cousins elsewhere in the Shire, descendants of some aunt or uncle he didn't know about. It would require investigation, careful questions asked of the older hobbits who kept such genealogies in their heads, the way he kept the histories of Mathoms. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Mungo glanced at the window in surprise, for it was fully dark now, well past the time when respectable hobbits were out calling on their neighbours. He rose and made his way to the front of the Mathom house, calling out as he went, "Who's there at this hour? The Mathom house is closed for the evening." "It's Fosco Burrows, Master Took," came a voice from outside, slightly muffled by the thick oak door. "I apologise for the late hour, but I saw your lights still burning and thought you might still be about. I have something I need to discuss with you, if you can spare a moment." Mungo opened the door to reveal a hobbit of middle years, perhaps 50 or so, with the auburn hair and hazel eyes that marked him as one of the Burrows clan from Hobbiton. He was well dressed in a waistcoat of forest green and breeches of good brown wool, and he carried a leather satchel under one arm. His face bore an expression of some agitation, as if he had been wrestling with a difficult decision. "Mr. Burrows, please come in," Mungo said, stepping aside. "You'll be Primrose's father, I'd wager, or perhaps an uncle." "Her uncle, actually," Fosco said, stepping into the Mathom house and looking around with the same curious expression his niece had worn earlier. "Her father is my older brother Rufus. She told us at dinner about the mirror she found here and the wonderful way you've kept it safe all these years. It was her story that gave me the courage to come see you tonight, though the hour is late and I apologise again for the intrusion." "Think nothing of it," Mungo assured him, gesturing toward the chairs near his desk. "I often work late into the evening. The Mathom house keeps odd hours when the mood strikes me. Now then, what brings you here? Have you something to donate? Or are you searching for an item like your niece was?" Fosco settled into the offered chair, though he perched on its edge rather than relaxing into it, his hands clasping and unclasping nervously. The satchel remained on his lap, held like a shield or a precious burden. For a long moment he said nothing, seeming to gather his thoughts or perhaps his courage. "It's a bit of both, actually," he said at last. "You see, Master Took, I've come into possession of something that I believe doesn't rightfully belong to me, or rather, that belongs to someone I can no longer return it to. It's caused me no small amount of distress these past months, and I've been at a loss as to what to do about it." Mungo settled into his own chair, his interest piqued. "Go on, please. I assure you that anything you tell me will be held in confidence." Fosco took a deep breath. 3 months ago, my cousin Priska passed away. She was quite old, 92 years if she was a day, and she'd lived alone in a hobbit hole near Scary for most of her adult life. She never married, kept to herself mostly, though she was always kind when you met her. When she died, I was named in her will as the one to sort through her belongings and settle her affairs, as I was the closest living relative who wasn't already overburdened with family obligations. He paused, his fingers tightening on the satchel. "When I was going through her things, packing up what could be given away and what should be kept in the family, I found a hidden compartment in her wardrobe. It was very cunningly made. You couldn't see it unless you knew exactly where to press. Inside was a small collection of letters and a few pieces of jewellery, nothing of great monetary value, but clearly precious to her for some reason." "And one of these items troubles you?" Mungo prompted gently. "Yes," Fosco said. "There was a ring, a simple gold band with an inscription inside. The letters are worn nearly smooth with age and wear, but I managed to make them out. They say, 'To Primula, with all my heart, Drogo.' Now those names meant nothing to me at first, but I asked around among the older Hobbiton, and I learnt that Drogo Baggins and Primula Brandybuck were a famous couple in their day. They married young and were said to be deeply in love. They died in a boating accident on the Brandywine River many years ago, leaving behind their young son." Mungo's eyebrows rose. "Frodo Baggins." "The very same," Fosco confirmed. "Now here's where it gets troubling. This ring clearly belonged to Primula, was likely her wedding ring, or perhaps a gift from Drogo before they married. But how did my cousin Priska come to have it? And why did she keep it hidden away all those years? I've asked everyone who knew her, but no one can remember her ever mentioning the Baggins family or having any connection to them." He opened the satchel and drew out a small velvet pouch, from which he carefully extracted a thin gold band. Even in the lamplight, it was clear the ring had been worn often, the metal smooth and warm-looking, shaped by years of daily wear. Mungo took it carefully, turning it to read the faint inscription inside. "You're right," he said softly. "This does appear to be genuine. The inscription matches what we know of their names, and the style of the ring fits with Hobbit wedding customs of that era. But as to how your cousin came to have it, that is indeed a mystery." Fosco leaned forward in his chair, his face earnest in the lamplight. "That's precisely what troubles me, Master Took. I can't simply keep it, knowing it belonged to someone else. But I also can't return it to Primula, for the poor lass has been dead these many years. And as for her son, well, Frodo Baggins has left the Shire entirely, sailed across the sea, they say, gone to lands beyond the knowledge of most hobbits. Even if I wanted to return it to him, I wouldn't know how to reach him." Mungo turned the ring over in his fingers, feeling the weight of history it carried. He thought of Primula Brandybuck as he had known her in his youth, for he was old enough to remember her before she became a Baggins. She had been a lively lass, full of laughter and mischief, with the adventurous spirit that ran in the Brandybuck line. Her marriage to Drogo Baggins had been celebrated throughout the Shire, for both families were well respected, and it was clear to all who saw them that theirs was a love match rather than a mere arrangement of property and alliance. Their deaths had shocked the entire Shire. A boating accident, they said, though some whispered it had been more than simple misfortune. But whatever the truth of that dark day, it had left young Frodo an orphan, taken in by his cousin Bilbo Baggins at Bag End. And now Frodo too was gone, vanished into legend, along with the tales of his great adventure that few truly believed. "You're right to be troubled," Mungo said at last, setting the ring carefully on the desk between them. "This is no ordinary Mathom. This carries with it grief and love in equal measure, and the weight of lives that ended too soon. But I think I may know something that could shed light on your mystery." Fosco's eyes brightened with hope. "You do? Please, Master Took. Anything you can tell me would ease my mind considerably." Mungo rose and moved to his shelves of journals, running his finger along the spines until he found the volume he sought. It was one of the older ones, dated 1380 to 1385 by Shire reckoning. He brought it back to the desk and began paging through it, his eyes scanning the careful entries he had made decades ago. "You see," he said as he searched, "the year of the boating accident was 1380. I remember it well, for I was 40 years old then, still relatively young in my position here, but old enough to understand tragedy when I saw it. In the months following their deaths, several items came to the Mathom house from various sources, people cleaning out their homes or finding things they no longer wanted to keep. Some of these items had connections to the Baggins and Brandybuck families, though most were distant connections at best." He found the page he was looking for and traced his finger down the entries. Ah, here it is. In the autumn of 1380, a hobbit lass named Prisca Burrows donated several items to the Mathom house. Among them were 3 handkerchiefs embroidered with the letter B, a small wooden box with brass hinges, and a collection of dried flowers pressed between sheets of parchment. Fosco drew in a sharp breath. "That's my cousin Prisca. But why would she have been donating items connected to the Baggins family?" "That's what I wondered at the time," Mungo said, tapping the entry. "I remember her visit because she seemed so sorrowful, almost furtive, as if she were trying to rid herself of something that pained her. I asked her about the items, as I always do, trying to learn their histories. She told me they had belonged to a dear friend who had passed away, and that she could no longer bear to keep them in her home. When I pressed gently for more details, she became quite distressed and begged me not to ask further questions." He looked up at Fosco. "I honoured her request, of course. The Mathom house is not an inquisition, but I noted in my journal that she seemed to be grieving deeply, and I wondered if perhaps she had been closer to the deceased friend than she was willing to admit." Fosco sat back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. "You think Prisca and Primula were friends? Close friends?" "More than that, perhaps," Mungo said carefully. "The Brandybucks and the Burrows families have always had connections through the Hobbiton and Buckland areas. It's entirely possible that Prisca and Primula knew each other as children, grew up together even. And if they were dear friends, it would explain why Prisca had some of Primula's possessions after her death." "But why hide them?" Fosco asked. "Why keep the ring locked away in a secret compartment all those years, and donate the other items but not that?" Mungo was quiet for a moment, choosing his words with care. Perhaps because the ring was too precious to give away, yet too painful to display openly. Perhaps every time she looked at it, she remembered her friend and the tragedy that had taken her. Some griefs, Mr. Burrows, are too private to share, even with family. Some losses cut so deep that we can only bear them in secret, holding on to small tokens that no one else understands. The 2 hobbits sat in silence, contemplating this. Outside, the night had grown deeper, and somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once and then was still. The lamp flickered slightly, casting dancing shadows on the walls of the Mathom house. "What should I do with it?" Fosco asked at last, his voice barely above a whisper. "I can't keep it, knowing what it represents, but I can't return it to anyone either. Frodo is gone, Primula and Drogo are long dead, and Prisca took the truth of how she came to have it to her grave." Mungo picked up the ring again, holding it so the inscription caught the light. An idea was forming in his mind, one that felt right in a way he couldn't quite explain. "There is someone," he said slowly, "who might appreciate knowing about this ring and the story behind it. Someone who knew Frodo Baggins well and cared for him deeply." "Who?" Fosco asked. "Samwise Gamgee," Mungo said. "He was Frodo's gardener and companion on his great journey, and by all accounts, they were as close as brothers. Sam returned to the Shire when Frodo left, and he lives still in Hobbiton, though he's master of Bag End now and mayor of Michel Delving besides. If anyone would want to know about this ring and what it represents, it would be Sam." Fosco nodded slowly. Yes, that makes sense. Sam Gamgee loved Frodo like family. Everyone knows that. But would he want the ring itself, or just the knowledge of it? That, Mungo said, would be for him to decide. But I think the story matters more than the object itself. This ring is proof that Primula was loved and remembered, not just by her husband and son, but by a friend who kept her memory alive in secret for all those years. That's a beautiful thing in its own sad way, and Sam Gamgee strikes me as a hobbit who would understand that. "Will you come with me to tell him?" Fosco asked. "I'm not sure I could explain it all properly on my own, and you have a way with these stories that I lack." Mungo considered this. It had been some time since he had left Michel Delving for any significant journey, and Hobbiton was a good day's walk, or half a day if one rode. But the more he thought about it, the more right it seemed. This story needed to be told properly, and Sam Gamgee deserved to hear it from someone who understood the significance of what they were sharing. "I will," he said. "We'll go tomorrow if the weather holds. I'll close the Mathom house for a day, which I'm allowed to do from time to time when important business calls. We'll take the ring to Sam, tell him everything we know, and let him decide what should be done with it." Relief washed over Fosco's face. "Thank you, Master Took. You've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. I've been losing sleep over this for weeks, wondering what the right thing to do was." "The right thing," Mungo said gently, "is what you're already doing. You're trying to honour both the memory of your cousin and the history of an object that clearly meant something important. That shows good character, Mr. Burrows, and I'm happy to help you see it through." They talked for a while longer, working out the details of their journey to Hobbiton. Fosco would bring his pony and cart so that Mungo wouldn't have to make the journey on foot. They would leave at first light, take the main road through Waymeet, and then north to Hobbiton, arriving by early afternoon if all went well. Mungo would bring the journals that documented Prisca's donation to the Mathom house, in case Sam wanted to see the written record of those sad days after Primula's death. When Fosco finally departed into the night, promising to return with his cart at dawn, Mungo found himself too restless to sleep. He locked the door of the Mathom house and walked through the quiet streets of Michel Delving, his pipe in hand, his mind turning over the events of this extraordinary day. Above him, the stars wheeled in their ancient patterns, the same stars that had watched over the Shire for age upon age, witnessing all the small dramas and quiet triumphs of Hobbit life. He thought about Primrose and her mirror, about the tears of Wilfred Greenhand during the fell winter, about promises kept across decades. He thought about Daisy Bramble and her silver brooch, about a Hobbit lass who had flown away and returned, carrying stories she would barely tell. And he thought about Primula Baggins and her friend Prisca, about a ring hidden away in a secret compartment, about grief so profound it could only be born in darkness and silence. All these stories, all these objects, all these lives touching and parting like threads in a great tapestry. The Mathom house stood at the centre of it all, a repository not just of unwanted gifts, but of memories, of history, of the connections that bound Hobbit to Hobbit across the years and miles of the Shire. It was a responsibility he had never taken lightly, and tonight, walking beneath the stars, He felt the full weight of it pressing gently on his shoulders. When he finally returned to his own small hobbit hole and lay down in his bed, sleep came quickly despite his racing thoughts. He dreamed of birds with silver wings and mirrors that reflected not faces but memories, of rings that sang softly in the darkness and puzzle boxes that opened to reveal entire worlds within. The dawn came cool and bright, with a freshness in the air that spoke of the turning season. Autumn was approaching, though summer still held the land in its warm embrace. Mungo rose early, washed and dressed in his best travelling clothes, a waistcoat of deep burgundy and a jacket of brown wool that had served him well on his occasional journeys beyond Michel Delving. He packed the relevant journals into a leather satchel, wrapped Daisy's brooch carefully in soft cloth and tucked it into an inside pocket, and made himself a simple breakfast of bread and cheese. Fosco arrived precisely at dawn, as promised, his pony and cart freshly cleaned and the pony itself well groomed and eager. The cart had been fitted with cushions and a small wooden chest for storing their belongings. Fosco himself looked considerably more rested than he had the night before, as if the decision to act had lifted some invisible burden from his spirit. "Good morning, Master Took," he called out cheerfully. "A fine day for a journey, wouldn't you say?" "Indeed it is," Mungo agreed, climbing up into the cart with only a small grunt of effort. "The road should be clear and the weather looks to hold. We'll make good time." They set off through the waking streets of Michel Delving, past hobbit holes where smoke was just beginning to rise from chimneys as families prepared their breakfasts. A few early risers waved to them from doorways or gardens, and Mungo waved back, feeling a warmth in his chest at the familiar sights and friendly faces. This was his home, these were his people, and the work he did at the Mathom house was for them, for the preservation of their stories and the honouring of their memories. The road to Hobbiton wound through some of the most beautiful country in the Shire. They passed fields of golden wheat ready for harvest, orchards heavy with ripening apples, and pastures where fat sheep grazed contentedly. The hedgerows were thick with late summer flowers, and butterflies danced in the warm air. Fosco's pony clip-clopped along at a steady pace, neither hurrying nor dawdling, and the two hobbits fell into an easy conversation about the weather, the harvest, and the small news of their respective communities. As they travelled, Mungo found his thoughts returning to Sam Gamgee. He had met Sam several times over the years, both before and after the great adventure that had taken him and Frodo Baggins away from the Shire. Before, Sam had been a simple gardener, though one with an exceptional gift for growing things and a heart as loyal as the day was long. After his return, he had been changed, matured in ways that went beyond mere years. There was a gravity about him now, a depth to his gaze that spoke of things seen and endured that most hobbits could never imagine. Yet for all that, Sam remained fundamentally himself, warm and generous, and devoted to the Shire he had fought to protect. He had married Rosie Cotton, just as everyone had always known he would, and they had a growing family of children who were said to be as bright and cheerful as spring flowers. Sam had become mayor of Michel Delving, a position he had initially resisted, but had grown into with grace and wisdom, and he tended the gardens of Bag End with the same loving care he had shown when Bilbo and then Frodo had been its masters. How would Sam receive the news of Primula's ring? Would it bring him pain to be reminded of Frodo's mother, of all that Frodo had lost before ever embarking on his great and terrible quest? Or would he find some comfort in knowing that Primula had been loved and remembered by a friend who had kept her memory alive in secret? They stopped briefly in Waymeet to water the pony and to stretch their legs. The village was a small one, little more than a cluster of hobbit holes around a crossroads, but it had a pleasant green and a well that was said to have the sweetest water in all the Shire. Mungo bought them each a small meat pie from a vendor who had set up near the green, and they ate standing in the shade of an old oak tree, watching the morning traffic pass by. "I've been thinking," Fosco said between bites of his pie, "about what you said last night, about some griefs being too private to share. My cousin Priska was always a bit of a mystery to the family. She kept to herself, never spoke much about her past, and we all just assumed she was naturally solitary. But now I wonder if perhaps she was carrying a sorrow none of us knew about, something she could never speak of because it cut too deep. Mungo nodded thoughtfully. It's possible. The heart can hold many secrets, and not all of them are dark ones. Sometimes we keep things private, simply because they're too precious to expose to the casual gaze of others. Your cousin may have loved Primula as a dear friend, and when she lost her, perhaps she felt she had no right to grieve publicly, that her sorrow was somehow less legitimate than that of Primula's family. Do you think they were just friends? Fosco asked quietly, his eyes on the distant hills. Or could there have been something more between them? It was a delicate question, one that touched on matters hobbits rarely spoke of openly, though they understood them well enough. Mungo chose his words carefully. I think that whatever they were to each other, it was real and it mattered. Whether we call it friendship or something deeper, the important thing is that your cousin kept Primula's memory alive in her heart for all those years. That kind of devotion, that kind of loyalty, that's what counts. They finished their pies in companionable silence, then climbed back into the cart and continued their journey. The sun climbed higher in the sky as they travelled northward, and the character of the landscape began to change subtly. The fields grew smaller and more numerous, divided by stone walls and hedgerows that had stood for generations. They passed through the village of Bywater, with its mill and its bridge over the water, and Mungo pointed out landmarks he remembered from previous visits. At last, in the early afternoon, they crested a hill and saw Hobbitons spread out before them. It was a prosperous-looking village, larger than most in the Shire, with hobbit holes dotting the hillsides like buttons on a green waistcoat. Smoke rose from many chimneys, and the sound of hammers and voices carried on the breeze. Above the village, on the highest hill, stood Bag End, its round green door just visible among the trees and gardens that surrounded it. Fosco guided the pony through the village streets, which were busy with the afternoon traffic of hobbits going about their business. Children played in the lanes, merchants called out their wares, and from the Green Dragon Inn came the sound of laughter and conversation. It was a scene of peaceful prosperity, the kind of life that Sam Gamgee and his companions had fought to preserve. They made their way up the hill, as it was known locally, following the winding path that led to Bag End. The gardens on either side were magnificent, bursting with flowers and carefully tended vegetables, fruit trees heavy with approaching harvest, and herbs that filled the air with their fragrance. This was Sam's handiwork, Mungo knew, the labour of love that he poured into this place that had meant so much to those he had served and loved. As they approached the round green door, it opened, and Sam Gamgee himself stepped out, shading his eyes against the afternoon sun. He was a hobbit of middle years now, no longer the young gardener who had set out on his great adventure, but still vigorous and strong, with the weathered look of one who spent his days outdoors. His face broke into a welcoming smile when he recognised visitors approaching. "Master Took from the Mathom house, if I'm not mistaken," Sam called out, walking down the path to meet them. "And Mr. Burrows from down the lane. This is an unexpected pleasure, gentlemen. What brings you up the hill on such a fine afternoon?" Mungo climbed down from the cart with Fosco's assistance, straightening his waistcoat and retrieving his satchel. "Good afternoon, Master Gamgee. I hope we're not interrupting your work, but Mr. Burrows and I have come on a matter of some importance. Something we thought you should know about, concerning old times and old friends." Sam's expression grew more serious, though the warmth never left his eyes. "Old times, you say? Well then, you'd best come inside. The missus has just put the kettle on, and there's fresh seed cake if you're hungry from your journey. Any news of old times is best heard sitting down with a cup of tea, I've always found." He led them through the green door and into Bag End, and Mungo felt himself stepping back in time. The interior was much as it had been in Bilbo's day, though there were touches that spoke of Sam and Rosie's family life. Children's drawings adorned one wall, a basket of mending sat by the hearth, and the smell of baking bread filled the air with homey warmth. Yet the bones of the place remained unchanged, the round windows and low ceilings, the polished wood and comfortable furniture that had welcomed so many guests over the years. Rosie Gamgee appeared from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. She was a comely hobbit lass with rosy cheeks and kind eyes, and she greeted their visitors with the same warm hospitality her husband had shown. Within minutes, they were all seated in the parlour with cups of steaming tea and generous slices of seed cake before them. "Now then," Sam said once they were settled, "what's this about old times? You've got me curious, Master Took, and that's a fact." Mungo set down his teacup and opened his satchel, withdrawing the velvet pouch that held Primula's ring. "Master Gamgee, what I have to tell you concerns Mr. Frodo's mother, Primula Baggins. Mr. Burrows here has come into possession of something that once belonged to her, and we thought you should know of it, being as you were so close to Mr. Frodo and knowing his history better than most." Sam's face grew still, his eyes fixed on the velvet pouch. "Go on," he said quietly. Fosco took up the tale, explaining how he had found the ring in his cousin Priska's hidden compartment, how the inscription had revealed its origin, and how troubled he had been by the discovery. He spoke of his confusion about why Priska would have possessed such an item, and his uncertainty about what should be done with it. Mungo then added what he had discovered in his journals, about Priska's donation to the Mathom house in the autumn of 1380, about the items she had given away that seemed to have connections to the Baggins family, and about the grief he had observed in her during that visit. He spoke carefully and gently, aware that these were delicate matters that touched on loss and sorrow that still have the power to wound. When they finished, Sam sat in silence for a long moment, his gaze distant. Rosie reached over and took his hand, a gesture of comfort and support that spoke of years of shared understanding. Finally, Sam looked up at them, and there were tears standing in his eyes, though his voice was steady when he spoke. "I remember Priska Burrows," he said. "Not well, mind you, for she was older than me and kept to herself mostly, but I remember seeing her at Mr. Frodo's parents' funeral. I was just a lad then, but I remember because she stood apart from the other mourners, off to one side by herself, and she wept like her heart was broken. My old gaffer noticed it too, commented on it later, wondered if maybe she'd been sweet on Mr. Drogo. But I don't think that was it, not from what you've told me." He reached out, and Mungo placed the velvet pouch in his hands. Sam opened it carefully and drew out the ring, holding it up to the light so that the inscription became visible. His lips moved silently as he read the worn words, and a tear slipped down his cheek. "To Primula, with all my heart, Drogo," he read aloud. "Mr. Frodo told me once about his parents, about how much they'd loved each other. He said his mother used to sing all the time, happy songs that filled their home with joy, and his father would look at her like she was the sun and moon and stars all together. When they died, Mr. Frodo lost that knowledge of what it meant to be loved so completely by both your parents." Rosie squeezed his hand. "He had you, Sam. He had your love and loyalty, and that counted for something." "Aye, it did," Sam agreed. "But it wasn't the same as having his mum and dad. Nothing could replace that." He looked at Fosco. "Your cousin Priska, she must have loved Mistress Primula very much to keep this ring all those years, to hide it away where no one could see it or ask questions about it. That kind of devotion, that kind of faithful remembering, that's a precious thing." "What should be done with it?" Fosco asked. "That's what's been troubling me, Master Gamgee. I can't keep it, but I don't know where it belongs." Sam turned the ring over in his fingers, watching the light play across its surface. "Mr. Frodo's gone now, sailed away to where I can't follow. Not yet, anyway. And there's no bringing him back to give him this piece of his mother's memory. But I think maybe that's not the right thing anyway. This ring, it represents something beautiful. A love between Mr. Drogo and Mistress Primula, yes, but also a love between Mistress Primula and your cousin. Two different kinds of love, maybe, but both real and both worthy of being honoured." He looked up at Mungo. "The Mathom house, it's not just a place for unwanted things, is it? It's a place for memories, for stories, for the bits and pieces of our lives that need to be preserved, even when we don't quite know what to do with them." Mungo nodded slowly. "That's exactly what it is, Master Gamgee. A repository of memory, a guardian of stories that might otherwise be lost." "Then I think," Sam said carefully, "that this ring should go there, not hidden away in a secret compartment, but displayed properly with its story told, so that anyone who comes to the Mathom house can see it and know that Primula Baggins was loved, not just by her husband and her son, but by a friend who remembered her faithfully all her days. And so that people can know about Priska Burrows too, and the kind of devotion she showed, the quiet way she kept her grief and her love alive in her heart. Fosco let out a breath he seemed to have been holding. "Yes," he said. "Yes, that feels right. That honours both of them, doesn't it?" "It does," Mungo agreed. "And I'll make sure the story is recorded properly in my journals so that future keepers of the Mathom house will know the full history and can share it with those who ask." Sam carefully placed the ring back in its velvet pouch and handed it to Mungo. "There's one more thing I'd like to add, if you'll permit me. When you display this ring, I'd like you to include something with it." He rose and went to a cabinet in the corner, from which he drew out a small, leather-bound book. This was Mr. Frodo's diary from before he left the Shire. He gave it to me for safekeeping, said I should read it if I wanted to understand where he came from. There's a passage in here about his mother, about his memories of her. I'd like you to copy it and display it with the ring, so people can hear Mr. Frodo's own words about the mother he lost. He opened the book to a marked page and handed it to Mungo, who read the passage aloud. "My mother had the most beautiful voice, clear as a bell on a winter morning. She would sing while she worked, while she walked, while she sat by the fire in the evenings. My father would stop whatever he was doing just to listen to her, and his face would soften with such love that even as a child I understood I was seeing something precious and rare. When they died, the music went out of my life, and I've been searching for it ever since, in the songs of elves and the rustling of leaves and the laughter of friends. But nothing has ever quite matched the sound of my mother's voice, singing me to sleep." The parlour was silent when Mungo finished reading. Even the sound of children playing somewhere in the back of Bag End seemed distant and muted. Rosie wiped her eyes with the corner of her apron, and Fosco stared down at his hands, clearly moved beyond words. "That's beautiful," Mungo said softly. "And yes, I'll copy it exactly and display it with the ring. Thank you for trusting me with this, Master Gamgee." They talked for a while longer, sharing memories of Frodo and stories of the old days before the great adventure that had changed everything. Sam insisted they stay for a proper meal before making the journey back to Michel Delving, and Rosie would hear no arguments on the matter. She bustled about the kitchen with the help of her eldest daughter Eleanor, a bright-eyed lass of 10 years who had inherited her father's sturdy build and her mother's cheerful disposition. Soon the table was laden with cold chicken and fresh bread, butter and cheese, pickled onions and radishes from the garden, and a berry tart that made Mungo's mouth water just looking at it. As they ate, the conversation turned to lighter matters. Sam asked after the Mathom house and the curious items that had come through its doors recently, and Mungo found himself telling the story of the puzzle box and Daisy Bramble's brooch. Sam listened with interest, for he had a love of old tales and the way they connected the present to the past. Daisy Bramble, Sam mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. That name rings a bell, though I can't quite place it. My old gaffer used to tell stories about hobbits who'd gone wandering in his youth, before such things became more common after Mr. Bilbo's adventures. There was one tale about a lass who'd run off and come back speaking Elvish, or so the story went. Could that have been your Daisy? It's possible, Mungo said. Her sister Marigold told me that Daisy returned with stories she would barely share, hints of strange places and stranger folk. If she'd spent time among elves, that would explain much. The brooch itself has an elvish quality to it, now that I think on it. The craftsmanship is too fine for most hobbit or even dwarf work. You should seek out old Holman Greenhand, Sam suggested. He's my cousin, works as a gardener down in Hobbiton proper. He's near 80 now, and has more stories in his head than most hobbits collect in 2 lifetimes. If anyone would remember tales of Daisy Bramble, it'd be him. Mungo made a mental note of this, already planning a return visit to Hobbiton in the near future. The mystery of the brooch had taken hold of his imagination, and he found himself wanting to know the full story, to understand where Daisy had gone and what she had found there. When the meal was finished and they had thanked their hosts properly, Sam walked them back down to where Fosco's pony and cart waited. The afternoon had mellowed into early evening, and the light had taken on that golden quality that made everything seem somehow precious and fleeting. Children were being called in for their suppers, and smoke rose lazily from chimneys across Hobbiton. "Thank you for bringing me this news," Sam said, shaking both their hands. "It means more than I can rightly say, knowing that Mr. Frodo's mother was remembered so faithfully by someone outside the family. It speaks to the kind of person she must have been, that she inspired such devotion. And it speaks well of your cousin too, Mr. Burrows, that she kept that love alive in her heart all those years. I wish I'd known her better," Fosco said quietly. "I wish I'd asked her about her life, her memories. But we so often think there'll be time later, don't we? And then, suddenly, there isn't." "That's the truth of it," Sam agreed. "Which is why I try to write down the stories I remember, especially the ones about Mr. Frodo and our journey. Not for glory or to make myself seem important, but so that those who come after will know what happened, will understand what was sacrificed and why. Every story matters, even the small ones, especially the small ones maybe." They said their farewells, and Fosco guided the pony back down the hill and through the village. The journey back to Delving passed in companionable silence, both hobbits lost in their own thoughts. The sun sank lower, painting the western sky in shades of orange and pink and purple, and the first stars began to appear in the darkening east. Mungo found himself thinking about what Sam had said, about writing down stories so they wouldn't be lost. He had always kept his journals, of course, recording the comings and goings of Mathoms with careful attention to detail. But perhaps he should be doing more than that. Perhaps he should be seeking out the stories behind every item, talking to the donors and the recipients, preserving not just the facts, but the emotions and connections that gave those facts their meaning. It was full dark by the time they reached Delving. Fosco dropped Mungo at the Mathom house, refusing the offer of payment for the journey with a firm shake of his head. "You've done me a great service, Master Took," he said. "You've helped me find peace with a mystery that was troubling my conscience. That's worth more than any coin." After Fosco departed, Mungo let himself into the Mathom house. It was dark and still, full of shadows and the faint smell of old wood and leather. He lit a lamp and carried it through the familiar space, looking at the objects that surrounded him with fresh eyes. Each one was a story, each one a connection between hearts and lives and moments that had mattered to someone. He placed Primula's ring carefully in a display case near the front of the Mathom house, positioning it where the morning light would catch it just so. Tomorrow, he would create a proper card to accompany it, explaining its history and including the passage from Frodo's diary that Sam had shared. For tonight, though, he simply stood looking at it, thinking about love and loss and the ways we remember those who have gone before us. His thoughts turned again to the brooch, still wrapped in cloth in his pocket. On impulse, he took it out and examined it again in the lamplight. The silver bird gleamed, and he could almost imagine it spreading its wings and taking flight. For Daisy, who flew away but came home again. What had she seen in her travels? Where had she gone? And who had given her this beautiful token to mark her return? The next morning dawned bright and clear, with a crispness to the air that spoke of autumn's approach. Mungo opened the Mathom house early, as was his custom, and set about preparing the display for Primula's ring. He lettered the card in his careful script, telling the story of Primula and Drogo, of their love and tragic deaths, of Priska, who had kept Primula's memory alive in secret, and of Frodo, who had carried his mother's loss with him always. He copied out the passage from Frodo's diary, his hand steady despite the emotion that welled up as he wrote those words about a mother's voice singing her child to sleep. He had just finished when the bell above the door chimed. Looking up, he was surprised to see a figure he recognised, though one he hadn't expected. It was old Holman Greenhand, leaning heavily on a walking stick, his weathered face creased in a smile. "Master Took," Holman said, his voice still strong despite his years. "Young Sam sent word to me last night that you might be wanting to talk to an old hobbit about even older times. Something about a lass named Daisy Bramble and a silver brooch?" Mungo felt his heart lift. "Master Greenhand, you're most welcome. Please, come in and sit down. Can I offer you tea? I've just put the kettle on." "Tea would be welcome," Holman said, making his way to one of the comfortable chairs near the front window. He settled into it with a sigh of relief, propping his walking stick against the arm. These old bones don't make the journey from Hobbiton as easily as they once did, but some stories are worth the trouble of telling. Mungo prepared the tea quickly and brought 2 steaming cups to where Holman sat. He retrieved the brooch from its wrapping and held it out for the old hobbit's inspection. Holman took it with hands that trembled slightly, holding it up to the morning light that streamed through the window. "Well now," he breathed, "I haven't seen this in more years than I care to count, but I know it sure enough. This was made by an elf smith in Rivendell, if I'm not mistaken. The workmanship is unmistakable, and Daisy Bramble wore it every day for the last 30 years of her life. Never took it off, except to sleep." "You knew her then?" Mungo asked, settling into his own chair with eager anticipation. "Knew her?" Holman chuckled. "My dear Master Took, I was there the day she came home from her wanderings. I was just a lad of 15, working as an apprentice gardener for the Bramble family. It was the talk of the Shire for weeks, Daisy's return. She'd been gone so long, most folk had given her up for dead, and here she came, walking up the road as bold as brass, wearing travelling clothes the like of which no hobbit had ever seen, and carrying a pack full of wonders." He took a sip of his tea, clearly savouring both the beverage and the memories. "I remember her sister Marigold ran out to meet her, weeping and laughing at the same time. Their parents were already gone by then, passed away while Daisy was wandering, and I think that grieved her more than anything. She'd left them in anger, you see, wanting adventure they couldn't understand, and she came back to find them in their graves. But Marigold forgave her, loved her just as fiercely as she always had." Mungo leaned forward, his tea forgotten in his eagerness to hear more. Where had she been all those years? What had she seen? Holman settled deeper into his chair, his eyes distant with memory. "Ah, now that's a tale worth the telling. Daisy was always different from other hobbit lasses, even as a child. She'd climb trees when she should have been learning to bake. She'd sneak out at night to watch the stars when she should have been sleeping. And she'd pepper travellers with questions about the lands beyond the Shire until they'd had quite enough of her curiosity. Her parents tried to settle her down, find her a nice hobbit lad to marry, make her content with the life most hobbits lead, but Daisy would have none of it." He paused to sip his tea, gathering his thoughts. When she finally left, she was 19 years old, barely more than a child, really. She took nothing but a walking stick, a bag of provisions, and a fierce determination to see what lay beyond the borders of the Shire. Her parents were mortified, her sister heartbroken, and the whole community scandalised. Proper hobbit lasses didn't go wandering, and certainly not alone. "But she went anyway," Mungo prompted. "She did indeed," Holman confirmed. "And for 15 years, not a word was heard from her. Marigold would weep at night, wondering if her sister was alive or dead, safe or in peril. Their parents grew old with worry, and when they passed, first the father and then the mother, Marigold sent word to every village and town she could think of, hoping Daisy might hear of it and come home. But there was no response, no sign that the message had reached her." He turned the brooch over in his hands, his touch gentle. Then, one spring morning, there she was, walking up the road like she'd only been gone a week. But she was changed, Master Took. Oh, she still had her curly hair and her bright eyes, but there was something different about her, a grace in her movements, a light in her face, as if she'd seen things that had transformed her from the inside out. "And the brooch?" Mungo asked. "When did she receive it?" "That's the interesting part," Holman said, leaning in conspiratorially. "She wore it when she returned, pinned to her travelling cloak. When Marigold asked her about it, Daisy would only say it was a gift from a friend, someone who had helped her find her way home. But there was something in the way she said 'friend', a softness in her voice, a light in her eyes that suggested it meant more to her than she was willing to admit." He set the brooch down carefully on the table between them. "Over the years that followed, I got to know Daisy fairly well. I was courting the Brambles' neighbour's daughter at the time, so I was often about their property. Daisy would sometimes talk to me about her travels, little hints and fragments, never the full story. She told me she'd crossed the misty mountains, though she wouldn't say how or with whom. She spoke of the golden wood, of trees so tall and fair they made the party tree look like a sapling. She mentioned Rivendell, the last homely house, and the elves who dwelt there. Mungo's eyes widened. She'd been to Rivendell? That's extraordinary. Very few hobbits have ever ventured so far. It gets more extraordinary still, Holman said with a knowing smile. One evening, I was helping Daisy carry some firewood into the house, and I asked her directly about the brooch. Who had given it to her, and why? She looked at me for a long moment, as if desired whether to trust me with the truth. Then she said something I've never forgotten. He paused, his expression growing thoughtful, and perhaps a touch sad. She said, "Holman, have you ever met someone who made you understand that the world was bigger and more beautiful than you'd ever imagined? Someone who saw you not as you were, but as you could be, and loved you for both?" I told her I thought I had, meaning my sweetheart. And Daisy smiled and said, "Then you understand why I had to leave, and why I had to come back, and why I wear this brooch every day." Mungo sat in silence, absorbing this. The morning sunlight had crept across the floor, illuminating motes of dust that danced in its beam. Somewhere outside, a cart rattled past, and children's voices called out in play. But inside the Mathom house, time seemed suspended, held in the amber of an old story being told. "She met someone in her travels," Mungo said softly. "An elf, perhaps?" "I believe so," Holman agreed, though she never said so outright. But the way she spoke of Rivendell, the way her face would soften when she mentioned the golden wood, the little phrases in Elvish that would slip into her conversation, all of it suggested she'd formed a deep connection with someone there. And this brooch, he gestured to the silver bird, was their parting gift, a token to remember them by. "But why did she come back?" Mungo asked. "If she'd found such love and beauty in those far places, why return to the Shire?" Holman's expression grew sad. "Because she was a hobbit, Master Took, and hobbits belong in the Shire. No matter how far we wander, no matter what wonders we see, this is our home." Daisy told me once that her friend, this elf I believe she loved, understood that about her. They knew she couldn't stay, couldn't live forever in a world that wasn't hers, no matter how beautiful it was. So they made her this brooch, a bird to remind her that some creatures are meant to fly far and wide, but that every bird needs a nest to return to. "That's beautiful," Mungo whispered, "and terribly sad." "Life often is both," Holman said with the wisdom of his years. Daisy lived another 30 years after she came home. She never married, never spoke much of her adventures, but she wore that brooch every day. She helped Marigold with her sewing, tended her garden, sang at festivals, and lived a quiet life. But those of us who knew her could see that she carried something precious inside her, a memory or a love that sustained her through all the ordinary days. She died peacefully in her sleep at the age of 64, and Marigold found her in the morning with a smile on her face, wearing that brooch. "What happened to it after she died?" Mungo asked. "It passed to Marigold, naturally, being her only surviving family. Marigold treasured it, not for its material value, but for what it represented. The sister she'd lost and found again, the love that had brought Daisy home. When Marigold died, she left it to her goddaughter, a distant cousin. From there, I lost track of it. It passed through several hands, as such things do, until it ended up in that puzzle box you received." Holman picked up the brooch again, holding it up so it caught the light. "The inscription says it all, really. For Daisy, who flew away but came home again. Whoever made this understood her perfectly. Understood that her wandering wasn't a rejection of home, but a need to know what lay beyond it, and that her return wasn't a defeat, but a choice, a conscious decision to embrace the life she was born to, while carrying the memories of all she'd experienced." They sat together in comfortable silence, two old hobbits contemplating the mysteries of love and loss, of journeys taken and returns made. Finally, Holman rose, using his walking stick for support. "I should be getting back to Hobbiton before the day grows too warm for comfortable travelling. but I'm glad I could tell you Daisy's story, or as much of it as I know. She deserves to be remembered, that brave lass who dared to dream beyond the borders of the Shire. Would you mind if I wrote down what you've told me? Mungo asked. I'd like to display this brooch with her story, so that others can know about her. I'd be honoured, Holman said. Daisy would have liked that, I think. She wasn't one for making a fuss about herself, but she believed stories mattered, that the tales we tell shape who we become. Yes, write it down, Master Took, and let the next generation know that once there was a hobbit lass brave enough to chase her dreams to the ends of the earth, and wise enough to know when to come home. After Holman departed, Mungo sat at his desk and began to write. He recorded everything the old hobbit had told him, adding it to the growing collection of stories that made up the secret history of the Mathom house. When he finished, he placed the brooch in a display case next to Primula's ring, 2 tokens of love that had found their way into his keeping, 2 stories that spoke of the hidden depths of hobbit hearts. The morning wore on, and visitors began to arrive at the Mathom house. A young mother came seeking a cradle for her expected child, and Mungo was able to provide her with a beautiful carved one that had been donated just the previous month. An elderly hobbit brought in a collection of maps his late brother had made. Maps of the Shire showing roads and rivers and landmarks, some of which no longer existed. Mungo accepted them gratefully, knowing they would be valuable to historians and travellers alike. As midday approached, Mungo found himself alone once more in the Mathom house, surrounded by the accumulated treasures and cast-offs of generations. He made himself a simple lunch of bread and cheese, eating at his desk while he continued to work on the display cards for Primula's ring and Daisy's brooch. The words came easily now, flowing from his pen with a clarity born of purpose and understanding. He thought about the patterns he was seeing, the threads that connected these seemingly disparate stories. Love, in all its forms, seemed to be the common element. The love between Drogo and Primula, preserved in a simple gold ring. The love between Primula and Priska, whatever form it had taken, remembered in secret and honoured in silence. The love between Daisy and her mysterious elf companion, celebrated in a silver brooch that spoke of flight and return. And underlying all of it, the love of community, the bonds that tied hobbits to each other and to the Shire itself. The Mathom house, he realised, was really a house of love. Every item within its walls represented some connection between hearts, some moment when one hobbit had thought enough of another to give them something, even if that something eventually became unwanted or unnecessary. The very act of bringing items here, rather than simply discarding them, spoke to a respect for the intentions behind gifts, a recognition that the thought mattered even when the object no longer served its purpose. He was pulled from these reflections by the sound of the bell above the door. Looking up, he saw a hobbit lass he didn't immediately recognise, that there was something familiar about her auburn hair and hazel eyes. She was young, perhaps 25, and she carried herself with a quiet confidence that reminded him of someone, though he couldn't quite place who. "Good afternoon," Mungo said, rising to greet her. "Welcome to the Mathom house. I'm Mungo Took, the keeper here. How may I help you?" "Good afternoon, Master Took," the lass replied with a small curtsy. "My name is Lily Burrows, and I'm here on rather a curious errand. My great-aunt Primrose told me about your kindness in helping her find a mirror that had belonged to her future husband's family, and she suggested I might find what I'm looking for here as well." Mungo smiled, recognising the family connection now. "You're related to Primrose and Fosco Burrows, then? I can see the family resemblance. Please, come in and tell me what brings you here." Lily stepped into the Mathom house, her eyes widening as she took in the crowded shelves and tables. "Oh my," she breathed. "Aunt Primrose told me there were many things here, but I never imagined so many. Every item must have a story." "Indeed they do," Mungo agreed warmly. "And I know most of them, though some secrets remain hidden even from me. Now, what is it you're searching for?" Lily pulled a folded piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Mungo. "This is a sketch my grandmother made before she died, drawn from memory. She said it was a tea set that had belonged to her grandmother, made of fine porcelain with a pattern of blue flowers. It was sold during hard times, she said, sometime around 1350. and she always regretted its loss. She made me promise that if I ever had the means, I would try to find it and bring it back to the family. Mungo studied the sketch carefully. The drawing was simple but clear, showing a teapot with matching cups and saucers, decorated with what appeared to be forget-me-nots in delicate blue. Something about the pattern stirred his memory, and he found himself moving toward the back of the Mathom house, where the older items resided. "Follow me," he said to Lily. "I believe I may know what you're looking for." He led her through the maze of shelves and tables, past chairs and lamps and countless other objects, until they reached a tall cabinet against the back wall. Opening it carefully, he reached up to a high shelf and brought down a wooden box packed with straw. Inside, wrapped in soft cloth, was a tea set that matched Lily's sketch exactly. The porcelain was delicate and translucent, clearly of fine quality, and the blue forget-me-nots were painted with exquisite detail. There was a teapot, 6 cups with their saucers, a cream jug, and a sugar bowl, all in perfect condition despite their age. Mungo laid them out carefully on a nearby table, and Lily gasped with delight. "That's it," she whispered, reaching out to touch the teapot with trembling fingers. "That's exactly it. How did you know where to find it?" "I remember when this came to the Mathom house," Mungo said. "It was donated by a merchant from Michel Delving, who had acquired it at an estate sale. He said it was too fine for his own use, too precious to risk breaking, so he thought it should go to someone who would appreciate it properly. That was nearly 40 years ago, and it's been waiting here ever since for someone to claim it." Lily cradled one of the teacups in her hands, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "My grandmother would have been so happy to know it was found. She used to tell me about drinking tea from these cups as a little girl, about how her grandmother would let her have tea parties with them on special occasions. She said the forget-me-nots were her grandmother's favourite flower, and that the tea always tasted better when drunk from these cups." "Then you must take it," Mungo said gently. "Take it home and use it for your own tea parties, and remember your grandmother when you do. That's what she would have wanted, I think. Not for it to sit in a cabinet gathering dust, but to be used and loved and passed down to the next generation." They carefully wrapped each piece and placed them back in the wooden box. Lily thanked him profusely, her gratitude spilling over in words that made Mungo's heart warm. As she prepared to leave, she paused at the door and looked back at him. "Master Took, may I ask you something? How do you bear it, being surrounded by all these stories every day? Doesn't it make you sad, knowing so many of these things were parted with reluctantly, given away because of hardship or loss or simply the passage of time?" Mungo considered this question carefully. "Sometimes it does make me sad," he admitted, "but more often it fills me with hope. You see, Miss Burrows, the Mathom house exists because hobbits care about each other, because we remember where things came from and honour the intentions behind gifts, because we believe that objects can carry love and memory and that those things are worth preserving. Every item here is proof that someone cared enough to give and someone else cared enough to receive. That's not sad, that's beautiful." After Lily departed with her grandmother's tea set, Mungo returned to his desk and added another entry to his journal. The afternoon was wearing on, and soon he would need to close the Mathom house for the day. But first, he wanted to record one more thought that had been forming in his mind throughout this extraordinary few days. He wrote, "The Mathom house is not merely a repository of unwanted gifts. It is a testament to the enduring bonds of Hobbit community, to the ways we remember and honour each other across generations. Every object here tells a story of connection, of love given and received, of memories cherished and preserved. In caring for these Mathoms, I am really caring for the invisible threads that bind us together as a people, that make the Shire not just a place, but a home." He set down his pen and leaned back in his chair, feeling a deep contentment settle over him. Outside, the afternoon sun was beginning its descent toward the western horizon, painting the sky in gentle shades of gold. The familiar sounds of Michel Delving drifted through the open window, voices calling greetings, cartwheels on cobblestones, the distant laughter of children at play. A soft knock at the door drew his attention. "Come in," he called, wondering who might be visiting at this late hour. The door opened to reveal an elderly hobbit woman he recognised as Dahlia Proudfoot, one of the oldest residents of Michel Delving. She was well into her 90s, bent with age but still sharp-eyed and clear-minded. She carried a cloth-wrapped bundle in her arms, holding it as carefully as one might hold a sleeping infant. "Master Took," she said in her quavering voice, "I hope I'm not disturbing you, but I've brought something that I think belongs here. Something I've kept for many years, but which should be preserved properly for those who come after us." "You're not disturbing me at all, Mistress Proudfoot," Mungo assured her, rising to help her into a chair. "Please, sit down and tell me what you've brought." Dahlia settled into the chair with a grateful sigh and carefully unwrapped the bundle. Inside was a book, leather-bound and clearly very old, its pages yellowed with age, but the bindings still intact. She handed it to Mungo with reverent care. "This is a recipe book," she explained, "kept by the women of my family for 5 generations. It contains recipes for everything from simple seed cakes to elaborate festival feasts, remedies for common ailments, advice on preserving foods for winter, and notes on the best times to plant various herbs and vegetables. My grandmother added to it, and my mother and I have added my own recipes over the years. But I have no daughters to pass it to, and my nieces have their own recipe books that they prefer. I don't want this knowledge to be lost." Mungo opened the book carefully, turning the pages with gentle reverence. The handwriting changed throughout, reflecting the different women who had contributed to it over the decades. Some entries were written in a neat, precise hand, while others were more flowing and ornate. There were ink stains and smudges where flour-dusted fingers had touched the pages, watermarks from steam rising from cooking pots, even a few pressed flowers tucked between recipes, like bookmarks left by previous owners. "Grandmother's honey cakes," he read aloud from one page. "Mother's remedy for winter cough. Aunt Peony's mushroom soup for festival days." Each recipe was more than just a list of ingredients and instructions. They contained notes about family gatherings where these dishes had been served, memories of children who had loved particular treats, advice passed down about the best sources for various ingredients. "This is extraordinary, Mistress Proudfoot. This isn't just a recipe book, it's a history of your family, a record of care and nurturing across generations." Dahlia smiled, her weathered face crinkling with pleasure. "That's exactly what it is, Master Took. Every time I use one of these recipes, I remember the woman who created it, the occasions when it was served, the faces of family members long gone who savoured these flavours. When I make my grandmother's honey cakes, I can almost hear her voice in the kitchen, humming as she worked. When I prepare my mother's remedy for winter cough, I remember her gentle hands on my forehead when I was ill as a child." "And you want this preserved here?" Mungo asked. "You're certain you want to part with it?" "I'm 93 years old, Master Took," Dahlia said with calm acceptance. "I won't be needing it much longer, but the knowledge it contains, the love and care that went into every recipe, that should continue. Perhaps some young hobbit lass will find it here and be inspired to try these old dishes. Perhaps a mother will use the remedies to care for her sick child. Perhaps someone will simply read through it and feel connected to the hobbits who came before, who faced the same daily challenges of feeding their families and caring for their homes. That would please me more than having it gather dust in a drawer, forgotten." Mungo nodded, understanding completely. "I will care for it as I care for all the treasures in the Mathom house. I'll create a proper display for it, with a card explaining its history, and I'll make sure that anyone who wishes to use the recipes can copy them, so the knowledge truly does continue." "Thank you," Dahlia said, rising slowly from her chair. "That eases my mind considerably. I can face my remaining days knowing that something of my family, something of the love and care we put into our daily lives, will survive beyond me." After Dahlia departed, Mungo sat holding the recipe book in his hands. The leather was worn smooth by countless handlings, warm to the touch, as if it still held the heat of all the kitchens where it had been used. He carefully read through several recipes, marvelling at the detail and care evident in every entry. These were more than instructions for preparing food. They were acts of love made tangible, memories preserved in flour and honey and herbs. He placed the book on his desk, next to the entries he had made about Primula's ring and Daisy's brooch. 3 objects, he thought, each telling a different story, yet all speaking to the same fundamental truth. The things we make, the things we give, the things we preserve, they are all ways of saying to each other and to those who come after us, you matter, your life has meaning, your love and care are worthy of being remembered. The sun had set while Dahlia was visiting, and the Mathom house had grown dim. Mungo lit several lamps, their warm glow pushing back the shadows and illuminating the countless objects that surrounded him. He looked around at the familiar space with fresh eyes, seeing not just a collection of unwanted gifts, but a treasury of stories, a library of lives lived and loves shared. He thought about all that had transpired in these past few days. Primrose finding her mirror and the story of the fell winter. Fosco's discovery of Primula's ring and the revelation of Priska's faithful love. The puzzle box and Daisy's brooch with its tale of wandering and return. Lily and her grandmother's tea set, reunited with the family after decades apart. And now, Dahlia's recipe book, a chronicle of care passed down through generations. Each story was unique, yet they all spoke to the same essential Hobbit virtues: loyalty, memory, connection, and love. These were the threads that wove the tapestry of Shire life, the invisible bonds that held the community together across time and distance. And the Mathom house, this humble building filled with cast-offs and curiosities, stood as a monument to those virtues, a place where the past and present could meet, where stories could be preserved and passed on. Mungo rose and walked slowly through the Mathom house, his footsteps echoing softly on the wooden floor. He passed the display cases where Primula's ring and Daisy's brooch now rested, their cards telling their stories to any who cared to read. He passed shelves laden with books and tools and household items, each one waiting patiently for someone who might need or want them. He passed tables covered with decorative objects, practical implements, toys worn smooth by children's hands, and garments made with careful stitches. Every object whispered its story to him, and he heard them all, the chorus of memories and meanings that filled this space. The walking stick that had supported an elderly hobbit through his final years, the set of fire irons that had tended hearths through 3 generations, the collection of children's books, their pages worn from countless readings, the mirror that had reflected the face of a hobbit woman as she prepared for her wedding day, and the faces of her daughters and granddaughters in their turn. He returned to his desk and opened his journal to a fresh page. The lamplight flickered gently, and outside, the sounds of Michel delving settling in for the night drifted through the windows. Families gathered around dinner tables, children were tucked into their beds, and the stars began to appear in the darkening sky. The Shire turned on its eternal cycle of days and seasons, and the Mathom house stood as a witness to it all. Mungo began to write, and the words flowed easily, as if they had been waiting for this moment to emerge. The Mathom House Chronicles, Reflections of a Keeper, he titled the entry. Today I have learned again what I have always known, but sometimes forget in the daily routine of donations and acquisitions. The Mathom House is not about objects at all. It is about the spaces between objects, the connections they represent, the stories they tell, and the love they embody. He continued, a ring speaks of marriage vows and faithful friendship. A brooch tells of adventures beyond imagining and the wisdom to return home. A mirror reflects generations of faces and the continuity of family. A tea set holds memories of childhood parties and grandmother's gentle hands. A recipe book preserves not just instructions for making food, but the care and nurturing that sustain life itself. These are the true treasures of the Mathom house, not the objects, but the meanings they carry. He paused, considering his words, then added, I am growing old, and someday another keeper will take my place. To that keeper I would say this, tend these Mathoms with care, not for their material value, but for the stories they hold. Ask questions, listen to donors, record what you learn. Every item that comes through this door is a thread in the great tapestry of Shire life. Your job is not to judge whether these threads are important or trivial, beautiful or plain. Your job is to preserve them, to honour them, and to ensure that the connections they represent continue to bind our community together. He signed the entry with his name and the date, then closed the journal with a sense of satisfaction. Tomorrow would bring new donations, new claims, new stories to record and preserve. The cycle would continue, as it had for decades, as it would for decades more. The Mathom house would stand, a quiet testament to the enduring bonds of Hobbit community, a place where memory lived and love was honoured. Mungo gathered his things and prepared to leave for the night. He banked the fires in the hearth, extinguished all but one lamp which he would carry with him, and took a final look around the beloved space. The objects seemed to glow softly in the dimness, as if they held their own inner light, the light of all the lives and loves they represented. As he locked the door behind him and started the short walk to his own hobbit hole, Mungo felt a profound contentment settle over him. He had lived a good life, he thought, a useful life. He had not gone on grand adventures like Bilbo Baggins, or saved the world like Frodo and Sam, but he had done something equally important in its own quiet way. He had preserved the stories of ordinary hobbits living ordinary lives, and in doing so, he had helped keep alive the connections that made the Shire not just a place on a map, but a home, a community, a web of relationships stretching back through time and forward into the future. Above him, the stars wheeled in their ancient patterns, the same stars that had watched over the Shire since its founding, the same stars that would continue to watch over it long after he was gone. The Mathom house would endure, he knew, and the stories would continue to be told, and the bonds of love and memory would continue to hold the Hobbit folk together through whatever trials and triumphs the years might bring. And that, Mungo thought as he reached his door and turned to look back at the dark shape of the Mathom house silhouetted against the starlit sky, that was enough. That was more than enough. That was everything.